All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Yakut Kresniki. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note that all are present in the courtroom today. All the accused are present in the courtroom today. Before we continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04752, there are some preliminary matters the panel wishes to address. First, I remind everyone that the sitting schedule for this week is adjusted as done last week. W04752 will testify all of Monday until the lunch break on Tuesday, all of Wednesday, and the first session on Thursday. There is no other witness scheduled for this week. Second, the panel wishes to inquire whether the SBO, whether it intends to tender page U015-8879 of U015-8743 to U015-9047, which is page 136 of Mr. Krasnici's book. The panel observes that both the page before and the page after page 136 have been tendered and admitted into evidence, but not page 136. As a result, there's a page missing in the range of pages. Madam Prosecutor, you don't have to answer this question right now, but if you would look into this further and report to the panel, we would like to know. And we would also like to know whether the defense has any objection to the possible tendering of this page. Third on Thursday, 11 July 2024, Judge Gaynor asked two questions of the Krasnici defense regarding Mr. Krasnici's signature and regarding intercepts. The Krasnici defense agreed to respond today, either orally or in writing. Therefore, if the Krasnici defense wishes to respond orally, you have the opportunity to do so now. And if it is going to be oral,
Your Honor, yes.
all right, then we need to be into private session because of the intercept.
Well,
Please into private session.
Your Honors, we're in private session, in public session. Thank you.
We will continue now hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04752. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in.
Your Honor, while I wait for the witness to come in, I had indicated that I may be around 2 to 2.5 hours on the last occasion, but I previously had indicated that we may need to revert to the 8-hour time limits that we had originally estimated. I aim to be finished before lunch, and I'll endeavor to do so, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Zarapi. Welcome back.
Good morning.
I remind you, as I have in the past, to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and we will make an accommodation. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that, as advised last week, you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer. And that if such a question arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not and under what circumstances you might be compelled to answer. We continue now with the cross-examination by the Krasniqi defense. Ms. Alejandra, you have the floor.
Morning, Mr. Zarapi.
Good morning.
Finished on Thursday, we were looking at P228. If we could please have P228 on the screen, please. Yes, and if we could scroll to the bottom of the document, please. To the end of the document, rather. Right. That is your signature, Mr. Zarapi?
Yes, it is.
Signature, we see the initials SV. Again, is this document drafted by Sally Vaselli, a former military officer?
Poosten. Yes. Yes.
Take you to the second page of the document. To the last paragraph below training. That's paragraph C, and it's the last paragraph of that section. OZ commanders should do more in training officers commanding with the basic tactical units and higher levels, taking into consideration the above-mentioned commands. Training for leading tactical activities in combat in different situations, maneuvering, firing in organizing firing against armored vehicles, as well as other actions. Mrs. Rapi, you'll agree with me that what this is effectively saying is that there should be training at zone level to fight in different situations, including firing against the enemy's armored vehicles. Yes?
Yes. It's a responsibility to prepare soldiers tactically, in particular new recruits, in all zones in the territory of Kosovo, and train and prepare them obviously also for anti-tank combat activities.
If we can now have P1017 on the screen, please. Yes. Now, this is an order for the defense of territory, combat, readiness, and preparation of KLA units for counterattack. And it's addressed to the zone commanders. Do you recall being shown this document during your preparation session?
Paul? Yes.
Now turn your attention to point 3, which says all the ZO commanders, the bodies of the commands, and the subordinate units should immediately undertake actions to make the units capable of using individual and collective armament, maximally exploiting the tactical, technical capacities for the organization of the firepower system, particularly against armored vehicles, against the infantry, against the artillery, and in anti-aircraft defense. The firepower should be unleashed unexpectedly from the rear. And it goes on. Yes?
Paul?
Now,
Yes.
of the report that we just looked at earlier, am I correct?
Påsagt. Correct.
End of the document? And once again, we see that this document is drafted by Sally Vaselli and signed by yourself. Yes?
Påsagt. That's correct.
So, Mr. Zarabi, it appears from the documents that when circumstances permitted, you received reports from the zones, you compiled them into one report, and you also issued military instructions to the zones. That is how it was, wasn't it?
Yes, yes.
Now, in your preparation session, the reference for the court is 121825 to 121869, Annex 1 to Prep Note 2, point number 96. Now, you have said that these were comprehensive reports based on the reports received from the zone commanders that were sent to the general commander. That's correct, isn't it?
Po saktë.
That's correct.
96, you've also said that if the general commander wanted more information, you would provide the specific report of the zone or request additional information to be sent to him. Yes?
Po saktë. Po saktë.
Correct.
Agree with me, Mrs. Zarabi, that when you told the prosecution that such reports were handed to Jakub Krasniqi, is it fair to say that that was only so a record of them could be kept at the headquarters and passed on to the general commander?
Me çdo rregull ato kur të dërgohet raport,
As per the rules, when the commander is absent, the report is submitted with the deputy, who will then submit it to the commander once he's present. But this is the rule. One would submit the report to the deputy commander in the absence of the commander, who will then receive it upon his return.
Document, if you can go back to the document on the left corner, below the initials, it says 2 archives. Am I correct?
po,
Correct.
Told us that after the restructuring in November 1998, documents were rewritten, so you will agree with me that there were efforts to keep a record of documents at the General Staff. Is that correct?
po çdo herë kur të bëhet një urdhërim,
Anytime an ordinance is issued, a copy is kept in the archive. And this is why we have the protocol book where documents were protocoled and a record of them was kept at the staff. The same would be with the zones when they would send a document to lower level units, so that there would be a record of the person who would have issued that document.
What it's referring to when it says to archives, to keep a copy of it, a record of it. Yes?
po saktë.
Correct.
And Jakub Krasniqi was deputy commander for support at the time and was present most of the time in Divjak. Am I correct?
Po, tanko.
Yes, most of the time.
For operations at the time, but due to differences with the zone commanders, he was not present in Divjak. Am I correct?
Po saktë.
That's correct.
And the previous report, whilst you said that it was handed to Jakub Krasniqi, you will agree with me that there is nothing on the document itself to show that Jakub Krasniqi did receive that report. Would you agree?
Spikfare të raporti
First of all, the report was sent and received by the deputy commander at the time, Jakub Krasniqi. It does not indicate the person who receives it. It just says the deputy commander. Same goes for the commander. It doesn't mention the name, but the position, the commander. So this report, this comprehensive report, was indeed submitted, and Jakub was there when this report was received.
says deputy commander, it didn't specify which deputy commander. You'd agree with that as well, correct?
Po plotësisht.
Correct, yes.
And you'll agree with me, Mr. Zarapi, that we've seen the content of these reports. It is a fact, isn't it, that those in the Operations Directorate who reported to you were the only ones with the necessary skills to deal with these issues. They were operational matters, matters set out in your report. Do you agree?
Your Honour, this question was asked and answered last week.
Sustained?
And you'll agree with me, Mr. Zarapi, that there's nothing on the reports that you say were handed to the Deputy Commander, Jakub Krasniqi, there's nothing stated there about any arrests, interrogation, and mistreatment of civilians at the zone, brigade, or local staff level. Am I correct?
Po, në këtë raport.
Correct. With respect to these reports and comprehensive ones, it's correct.
And these reports also don't state or suggest that any meetings held prior to its issuance discussed any arrest, interrogation, and mistreatment of any supporters of the LDK. Am I correct?
Po, nuk kemi.
Correct. We did not have such meetings.
Screen P1428, please. Yes. And you will recall that you were shown this document on the 2nd of July? Mr. Zarapi? Yes?
Po,
Yes, I remember it.
Referred this document is, and if I can read it to you, for the reference of the court, it's the transcript of the 2nd of July, page 17475, line 22, and page 17476, line 11. I think it goes from 22 to 11. And if I can read to you, your evidence was that you would send the invitation to all commanders to attend, and I would attend those meetings as part of the staff. Do you recall saying that?
po,
Yes.
Invitations sent by you, Mr. Zarapi, and we have also seen invitations sent by the Personnel Directorate, or rather drafted by the Personnel Directorate's Adam Grabotsi, which you identified as signed by Jakub Krasniqi. You'd agree with me, Mrs. Zarapi, that it didn't matter, did it, who sent those invitations out? Sending such invitations out was an administrative task, wasn't it?
jo, kur të bëhet thirrje,
No. When an invitation is sent for a meeting, it matters who's calling this meeting. Is it the commander, the deputy commander, or the chief of staff? This is very important. What's not important is who drafted the document, but the person who authorized and expressed the idea to draft the document.
Right. I'll come back to that answer of yours, Mr. Zarapi. I'd like to now turn to the content of the document. The document is dated the 15th of January, and two of the topics of discussion are organizational issues and Kosovo Liberation Army short-term, long-term objectives. Yes?
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
Right. If you could now have on the screen U009 1991 to 1992, please. If we can scroll to the bottom of the page first, please. The bottom of the document.
Your Honors, the Albanian version is U0091991 to 1994. If
I would need until 1992, please.
Thank you so much.
You'll agree with me, Mr. Zarabi, that the document bears Ramosh Haradinai's name. Yes?
Po, ka unë.
Yes, it does.
Date, the 19th of January 1999.
Po,
Correct.
After the invitation that we had just seen was sent out. Am I correct? The earlier one was dated the 15th of January. Would you like to see the document again?
po, jo, nuk ka nevojë kom.
No, there's no need. I've seen it. But let's make this clear. The meeting was not held on the 15th of January. Let me clarify, please. The invitation is dated on the 15th of January, but the meeting was not held on that date because on the 15th of January we were engaged in fighting in Rechak and the Rechak massacre happened. So the meeting was postponed and held at a later moment.
But looking at the document on the screen now, you'll agree with me that it's dated 4 days after the invitation that we had seen. Yes?
Po,
Yes.
Scroll up again, please, to the first page. Where does it say? And again, you'll see here on the first page that it refers to the organizational matters. Yes?
po, kjo është nuk.
Yes. This is a comment drafted by the zone, and their requests to the staff and other organizational matters.
Right. And on the face of it, it appears to be a response to the invitation to the meeting with the general staff. Am I correct?
Po, urtës.
Correct. This document was prepared based on the points of the request on which they were to report to the staff.
And if I can now go to the section beginning with organizational matters. And it would be the second paragraph from the bottom of the page, please. Here it says, and I'll read, I ask that the zone commanders, or I, in the capacity of zone commander, be informed of the criteria applied in appointing commanding cadres to the general staff. More concretely, I would like to know the criteria used in the appointment of Jakub Kresnici as deputy commander of the general staff. Do you see that?
Po,
And he then goes on to propose new appointments for the general commander and the deputy commander. Yes?
po,
And what it appears to be, clearly, Mr. Zarapi, is that Ramesh Haredi and I received an invitation with Jakub Kresnici's name and a title deputy commander, and when he found out, the first thing he does is to question the criteria used to appoint Jakub Kresnici as deputy commander. Am I correct? He's asking for the criteria, isn't he, that was used to appoint Jakub Kresnici as deputy commander. Just confining yourself to the document for the moment, please.
Ms. Alejandra, please give him a chance to answer. You've asked 3 questions now in a row.
shkurt me thonë, po, është.
Shortly, it is a report where also there was a question about the criteria.
Right. If you could now have P... Oh, could I seek to tender this document, Your Honours? U009 1991 to 1992, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
U009-1991 to 1992 is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number 4D00073, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
If I could
Any
now...
objection to reclassification?
No, Your Honor.
We'll reclassify the document as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
If I could now have on the screen P628, please. Yes. You recall being shown this document on the 2nd of July by the prosecution, Mr. Zarapi?
Po,
Yes?
And at paragraph 2, the zones were given 3 phone numbers, correct?
po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
And your evidence on the 2nd of July, and I'll read, and this is for the court's reference, at page 17468, lines 10 to 17. These numbers, the first one is my number as Chief of Staff, the number of my satellite phone. The second is of the operations officer who received the reports. And the third is of the Deputy Commander of the General Staff, his phone number. In case the persons on the first and second phone numbers could not be reached, and the person on the third phone number would be contacted. Do you recall saying that?
Po,
Yes,
And the telephone number provided was the number of the telephone at the White House, the third number. Am I correct?
po sakto.
yes, correct.
Anyone who was present at the White House in Divya could have used that number as well. Correct?
Po,
Yes,
And if a call from the zones was received in the White House, going by your own evidence, the message would be passed on to you or the operative staff to deal with. Am I correct?
prej zonave në qo se ka
if there was a movement or a change from or within the zones, then the operations officer was contacted, and then myself. And if both of us were not available or absent, the deputy commander would be called.
And if both of you could not be reached, then the call goes to the White House, they receive the message, and it is then passed on to you when you are reachable. Am I correct?
po sakto.
Yes, correct.
If we could move into private session, please, Your Honors.
Mr. Court Officer, take us into private session.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Zarapi, I'd now like to move on to how the KLA managed its logistics and finances. Yes? The KLA was an army of volunteers, wasn't it?
Un po' sakt.
Correct.
Nobody in the KLA received salaries, is that correct?
Po' sakt është.
That's correct.
KLA needed money to buy weapons, ammunition, food, medicine. And so a dedicated fund was created called the Homeland Calling Fund. Am I correct?
Po,
Yes?
Financed entirely through voluntary contributions, mostly from Albanians living in the diaspora. Is that right?
po, e sakt.
Yes, that's right.
Outside of Kosovo, with an office in Tirana. And that was operated by Rames Ladrovci and Halil Selimi. Is that correct?
Po, e sakt.
Yeah, that's correct.
3rd of July, you've told us, Mr. Zarabi, that the commander of the KLA logistics base in Albania was Jaladin Gashi, also known as Plaku. Correct?
Po,
Yes?
On page 17436, you said that Idris Husseini was responsible for the logistics unit at the General Staff in Divyak. But this was only dealing with the immediate needs of the General Staff. That's correct?
po, e sakt.
Yes, that's correct.
And Saladin Gashi was based in Albania throughout the war, wasn't he?
Po,
Yes.
And in part 7, page 13 of your 2019 interview, you've said that the Logistics Directorate of the General Staff was never completed because the logistics base was outside Kosovo in Albania and Jaladin Gashi was in charge. That's accurate, isn't it?
po, e sakt.
It is, yes.
That there was little money at the disposal of the General Staff in Divyak in late 1998, early 1999. Am I correct?
Po, e sakt.
Yes, correct.
Divyak did, however, receive occasional donations from civilians inside Kosovo. Isn't that right?
Po, mirë të
Yes. There were financial committees or councils organized at municipal levels, but also from citizens, those who could afford to donate.
KLA commanders at various levels independently sent requests for logistical support to Plaku, didn't they?
Po, ka pas.
Yes, there were such cases.
And if we can have on screen U017 5901 to 6091. The specific page would be page 139 of the PDF document, please. And in the Albanian version, it would be page 128, please. I believe it's page 128 of the Albanian. I may have got the Albanian reference wrong, but I'll proceed to read it so it can be translated. This is a book by Bard Hamzai titled A Narrative About War and Freedom, Dialogue with Commander Ramesh Haradinai. And in this book, I think the English should be page 136 or 138 of the PDF, 136 of the book, 139, sorry, of the PDF. Very often, requests from Kosovo were taken into consideration when I needed equipment, and when I tried to smuggle it here, I sent my people there and got the equipment, not asking anyone. This is how almost everybody damaged this mechanism of logistics. As far as I'm concerned, I had to act. I always realized the ineffectiveness of this mechanism, and I lost confidence that it would help me to obtain the necessary equipment. Therefore, I set up a parallel mechanism of logistics, and I placed Mustafa Salmanai at the head of it. That's what it says. So you'll agree with me, Mrs. Rapi, that Ramesh Haradinai initially asked for logistics from the KLA Logistics Center in Albania. Is that correct?
Po e saktë.
Yes, correct.
Stop doing this and set up a parallel independent mechanism for logistics. Yes?
Faktikisht e u mundu në
In fact, he tried to create a parallel mechanism, and all those who supplied this zone were from the KLA Logistics base, but worked for the Dugagini operational zone. So he worked with the center, with the base of the KLA Logistics.
Right, moving to the LAP zone. Before I move on, Your Honors, if I could tender that page in evidence.
Your Honour, the relevant portion has already been read on the record, but we don't have any objection to the page being admitted.
Yes, Your Honor.
U017-5901 to U017-6091 at page 139 in the English, page 128 in the Albanian is admitted.
Your Honors, I do have the correct Albanian reference now. It is U0023238. and the relevant page is U0023310.
All right. That will be admitted as the Albanian version. Please give it exhibit number.
Thank you, Your Honors. Therefore, page 139 in English, which is U017-6039, and the corresponding Albanian, which is the U002-3238, and in particular U002-3310, will be assigned exhibit number 4D74, 4D00074, and is classified currently as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
I'll move to the lap zone, Mr. Zarapi. As you're aware, the zone commander for the lap zone, Mr. Rustam Mustafa, has given evidence at this trial. Did you follow that evidence, Mr. Zarapi?
Po, io gi-
Yes, not all of it though.
Mr. Mustafa has given evidence that he was able to secure weapons for the lap zone from Bosnia and Serbia during the war. You wouldn't dispute that, would you? For the court's reference, the transcript is at page 5882, 17th of July, 2023.
Cila ke pyetja tash?
What was the question?
That Mr. Mustafa has given evidence that he was able to secure weapons for the lap zone from Bosnia and Serbia during the war. You wouldn't dispute that, would you?
Po sak.
Yes, that's correct.
He also added that he received voluntary financial contributions for the lap zone from a number of people, both from inside and outside Kosovo. Were you aware of that?
Po,
Yes?
Logistics and finances are concerned. The zones had their independent lines of supply and fundraising, which the general staff in Divyak didn't have control over. Am I correct?
po saktë është.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I see the time.
We'll give you a 10-minute break now, witness. Madam Court Officer, you can escort the witness out. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise.
Be seated, please. You may bring in the witness.
We'll then need to move into private session, Your Honor.
Second. Now, Ms. Alejandra, what?
We will then need to move into private session for the next document, Your Honor.
Private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
Yes.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
You'll need to repeat that question.
Yes. You'll recall being shown this document on the 2nd of July, Mrs. Rapi?
Po,
Yes, I recall it.
Evidence is that this request was authorized by Jakub Krasniqi, and you also agreed with the prosecution that he had the authority to do that. Do you recall that evidence?
po,
Yes.
This document appears to be a request from the Logistics Directorate directed to the Finance Directorate for 1,300 Deutschmarks to be allocated to purchase some goods and items, correct?
po,
Correct.
This document, it is not a completed document. It's not complete. Because it does not indicate at the bottom of the page whether the request was allocated or not allocated. Would you agree? Can we go down, please? You could scroll down the page.
po,
Yes. The document was prepared, but it's not specified at the end of it whether it was allocated or not.
The document is incomplete, correct?
po,
Correct.
Document says senior officer, and there is a signature which appears to say Jakub Krasniqi. Correct?
pokštų.
Yes, correct.
It's dated on the 15th of January 1999, and you've told us that Lahi Brahimai was absent in January 1999. It's possible, isn't it, that Jakub Krasniqi could have signed on it, not because he had the authority to do so, but because he was assisting Lahi Brahimai, who was absent at the time. That's possible, isn't it?
Po,
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that the sum of money involved is trivial compared with the financial needs of an army, isn't it?
posakt.
That's correct.
So basic tools like alarm clocks. Yes?
Те базик je ono što prene
It's very basic. This is about the internal needs of the staff, the infrastructure there.
Yes. I'd like to show you another document. Could I have on screen SPOE 00225-278, please? Yes, and this document is dated the 26th of December 1998, and the template of it is similar to the one we've just seen, you'll agree. Yes?
Po,
Yes.
Bottom of the page, please. And on the same line as the date, the 26th of December 1998, we see a different signature at the bottom. Correct?
Exakt.
Correct.
Stamp of the Finance Department. Yes?
På.
Yes.
So am I right, Mr. Zrapi, that different people could sign these documents depending on who was available? You were all doing your best efforts to assist each other in difficult times. That's how it was, wasn't it?
Çdo herë në kohë të vështira ndihmo.
Every time people help each other in difficult times. So we see this document. The request is clear. Who made the request? I know the person. The means are allocated by the finance director to purchase the items. So this is how it is.
Tender the document, Your Honor.
We've no objection and it can probably be public.
SPOE 00225-278 is admitted and is reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors, and will be assigned exhibit number 4D00075, classified as public. Thank you.
Now, on the 4th of July, Mrs. Zrapi, in answer to Mr. Misetic's question, you also confirmed that there was a division between the political responsibilities and the operational responsibilities. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
To the peace conference at Rambouillet, there was a period of intense political activity, wasn't there?
Po.
Yes.
And on the 4th of July 1999, Mr. Misetic showed you notes from a number of meetings in January 1999 amongst the General Staff to discuss the approach to the Rambouillet negotiations. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
It was Mr. Krasniqi's role to inform the General Staff of the political developments. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
Now, the role of Jakub Krasniqi at that time was to attend talks with international representatives and then inform the General Staff about those talks. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
Seen at part 7, page 5 of your interview, you've said that when we refer to Jakub Krasniqi and the political issues, the issues in the main from December onwards, they'd started negotiations and these were dealt by Jakub Krasniqi. That's correct, isn't it?
Po.
Correct.
Right, isn't it, that Jakub Krasniqi and others met internationals, including Christopher Hill, in Dragobil on 6 November 1998?
Po.
Yes.
Jakub Krasniqi and others met Larry Rossin on 22nd of December 1998.
Nuk e di më atje me kontë.
I don't know who he met with, but I do know they had frequent meetings, including in Dragobil, with internationals. I am not able to tell you the names of the attendees.
Well, if I was to give you the dates, between November until February, these talks with the internationals were going on, right?
Post-act.
Yes, that's right.
And on the 6th of February 1999, the delegation departed for Rambouillet. Is that correct?
Për 6 shkurt, nuk e di.
I don't know the exact date, whether it was the 6th of February.
Right. If we could have on screen P1085. And at page 27 of the PDF, please. And the Albanian has the same page number, and the reference is 119771 to 119822 at page 27. This is from the diary of Sean Burns, Mrs. Rapi, and it states that Mr. Krasniqi, the third name on the list, I think you'll have to zoom in. It confirms that he left for Sedlare at 10:30. Then took off for Paris at 1:35. Is it clear here now? Can you see the time? 10:30 and 1:35. And the date is the 6th
Oh.
of February.
Yes, yes, I can see it. Yes, I can see it.
You'll agree with me that between November and February, Mr. Krasniqi was mostly engaged in political matters, dealing with internationals, and working on a common Kieli stance in view of the negotiations in Rambouillet. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
We can take the document down, thank you. We don't need to mark it. We've already...
Ms. Elrana, may I ask a question? I need to ask a follow-up question, please. Thank you. Mr. Rapp, you just confirmed or agreed with the defense that between November and February, Mr. Krasniqi was mostly engaged in political matters, dealing with internationals and working on a common KLA stance in view of the negotiations in Rambouillet. You were asked, is that correct? And you confirmed that by saying yes. How do you know that? Were you together with him the entire time? From November to February 1998 to February 1999?
Po, kam qenë tanë
Yes, I was all the time with him from November to February, time at which Mr. Krasniqi went to Rambouillet. So during all this time we were together at the command, and I know his activities were mostly in interacting with internationals in Dragobin.
With him present in the room when Mr. Krasniqi were dealing with internationals, is that right? I ask again, the entire time, for 3 months, on every meeting you were present?
Jo,
No. When we talk about the internationals and meetings held with them in Dragovil with them, I was not in the meeting itself. As I mentioned earlier, I know the meetings were held there, he went there, but I was not inside to see the attendees and hear the discussions. However, Mr. Krasniqi would inform us about the conversations and discussions during those meetings, but I was not in the meeting. However, we were with Mr. Krasniqi together from November to February in the same command, not in the same place.
I understand now. You may continue. Thank you.
We've already discussed the announcement of Jakub Krasniqi as a spokesperson. Yeah, Mr. Zarapi? Now, in June 1998, Mr. Krasniqi's appointment as a spokesperson was publicly announced in a video by Mr. Nuhi Bitici, correct?
po,
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that despite the fact that he was appointed as a deputy commander for support, he was still known to the public and the internationals, and even to the KLA as a spokesperson, wasn't he?
po.
Yes.
If I can have on the screen SPOE 00226468 to 226480 at page 226473, please. And these appear to be minutes of a meeting with the zone commanders on the 21st of January 1999. Do you see the date on the document?
Characterization, Your Honour.
Overrule. Go ahead.
Do you see the date on the document, Mr. Zarapi?
Po, data në dokumentin po është.
Yes, I see the date, 21st of January.
Of the document, do you see that the first line reads, "There is criticism on the organization of the General Staff"? Point number 1.
Po, kjo është një takim që është
This is a meeting that was held at the staff, informing about the meeting held with the zone commanders. One of the points is about the complaints expressed by zone commanders.
Yes. Criticism on the organization of the General Staff and then Sokol Bashota. Yes?
po,
Yes,
Certain zone commanders had an issue with Sokol Bashota being a deputy commander, didn't they?
po sakt.
they did. That's correct.
And if we look down to the second last bullet point, it says the issue of Deputy Commander Jakub Krasniqi should be explained. Yes?
Po,
Yes,
Others were also dissatisfied with Jakub Krasniqi's appointment as Deputy Commander for Support. Am I right?
po,
right.
Agree with me, it says some of the zone commanders should have a place in the General Staff. The zone commanders had always held the power in the KLA and
po,
they had...
Yes,
Apologies again, Your Honours. I'll ask again. The zone commanders had always held the power in the KLA, and here they were demanding to be part of the General Staff. Am I correct?
po sakt.
that's correct.
If I could now have on the screen, can we tender this? Your Honours, could we tender this document, please?
The objection.
No objection.
Page.
Is it just this page?
Yes, just that one page.
SPOE 00226468 to SPOE 00226480 at page 226473 is admitted and reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors. We already have excerpts from the same range admitted as 4D0068. Should we add this page to the same exhibit number, or should we assign a new exhibit number?
It can be in the same exhibit number.
Thank you, Your Honors. In that case, page SPOE 00226473 and the corresponding English translation will be added to the 4D00068 and is currently classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
If I could now have P182 on the screen, please. before, you will recall being shown this document before, Mr. Zarapi?
פה,
Yes.
These are notes of a meeting on the 6th of February 1999.
פה,
Yes.
Page 226397, please. This is 11th of January. Yeah, and you'll confirm that you were present at this meeting together with the zone commanders, Ramosh Haradinai, Rustam Mustafa, Ekram Reja, and Salaman Salimi. Yes?
פה,
Yes.
At page 226398, one of the topics discussed by Ramosh Haradinai is the promotion of Jakub Krasniqi from spokesperson to deputy commander. He was again questioning Mr. Krasniqi's role. Am I correct?
פה,
Yes.
And if I can have page 226402, please. And looking at point number 2, Salaman Salimi is recorded as saying the appointments that have been made in the general staff are a matter of concern. Sokol Bashota and Jakub Krasniqi. I think Sokol Bashota is not up to the job of deputy commander. The general staff has ignored the requests we have made about this issue. Do you see that?
פה,
Yes.
26403. This is a continuation of the earlier page, and it says, Jakub Krasniqi, too, with all the respect he commands, is not the right man for the post of deputy commander. Yes?
פה,
Yes.
And if you could have the next page, please. 226404. It says, if Sokol Bashota and Jakub remain in these posts, I will not report to the general staff. Correct? Can you scroll down, please? It's probably at the bottom of the Albanian.
פה לזו,
I read it.
The zone commanders did not yet recognize Jakub Krasniqi as the deputy commander, correct?
פה,
Yes.
And if we could go to page 226407. And it continues with Sulaiman Salimi saying, until we have new appointments, I will not respond to any requests from or brief you. That's what happened at the meeting. Am I correct?
Po?
Yes,
Hearing in November 1998. Correct?
Po saktë.
correct, yes.
And on the 2nd of July 2024, for the court's reference, the page number is 17487 to 17488, lines 20 to lines 10 on the next page. You've told us that after Mr. Krasniqi resigned on the 27th of February 1999, he went with the delegation when the signing took place, and then he did not return to Kosovo. He remained in Albania. Do you recall saying that evidence?
Po saktë.
That's correct, yes.
If I can show you one last document on this topic, it's 228799. Yes. And if you can scroll down to the bottom, please. Right. And this is a letter dated 30th of March 1999 to the NATO Secretary General. And you'll agree with me that at the bottom of the document, it says, spokesperson Jakub Krasniqi with a signature. Yes?
Po e shoh.
Yes, I see it.
That Mr. Krasniqi continued as the spokesperson of the KLE. Am I correct?
Sipas datës dhe
According to the date and the period of time, this is a time when he was not at the staff. This was the time of the provisional government, and he was spokesperson at that government, as far as I recall, concerning that period.
If I could tender this document, please, Your Honour.
Any objection?
I'm not sure there was a basis in the questions, but no objection.
228799 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. So SPOE 00228799 to SPOE 00228799 in its corresponding English translation will be assigned exhibit number 4D00076, currently classified as confidential.
Reclassify as public.
Thank you, Your Honors. And, Your Honors, if I may seek your guidance on the previously admitted page, which is SPOE 0022647. It has been added to 4D68. It was reclassified as confidential. Nonetheless, the previously assigned exhibit 4D68 is currently classified as confidential. Should we reclassify it as well as public, or otherwise you will need to reclassify the page that was added.
It should be reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
And you've just told us that Mr. Krasniqi was a spokesperson of the provisional government, to your knowledge, and you'll agree that he remained in that position until he was appointed the Minister for Reconstruction in the summer of 1999, correct?
Po,
Yes.
Last week you told us you were the Assistant Minister in the Ministry of Defense, which was led by Azam Sula, correct?
po, ndims meni.
Yes, Assistant Minister.
Not have any role in the Ministry of Defense, correct?
Jo, nuk ka pas.
He didn't, correct.
Mrs. Rape is a member of the General Staff, head of the Operational Department, and the Chief of Staff of the KLA. I'd like to put to you a series of questions or propositions. In 1998, most of the Albanian population in Kosovo supported the LDK. Am I correct?
Po, sakt.
That's correct.
And many of your recruits to the KLA were supporters of the LDK. Correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
KLA, several members had been supporters of and members of the LDK. Correct?
Po, po,
Yes. Yes.
Staff, you were not aware of any common purpose to intimidate, mistreat, and commit violence against members of the LDK, were you?
nga ona ime jo.
No, I wasn't.
And the KLA was a volunteer army, wasn't it?
Po, tuhet që këma nga fillimi.
Yes. From the very beginning, it was a volunteers' army. It was born out of the people.
Any decision to join the KLA was made on a voluntary basis and was left at the discretion of each individual. Correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
Time in the General Staff, you were not aware of any common purpose to intimidate, mistreat, and commit violence against those who decided not to join the KLA. Am I correct?
Po, sakt.
That's correct.
Staff, you were also not aware of any common purpose to intimidate, mistreat, and commit violence against civilians of Serbian ethnicity. Am I correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
You are also not aware of any common purpose at the General Staff level to intimidate, mistreat, and commit violence against the Romas or any other ethnic minority. Am I correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
On the 3rd of July 2024, you were not aware of any common purpose at the General Staff level to intimidate, mistreat, and commit violence against individuals suspected to be collaborators or opponents to the KLA. Would you agree?
Po, pajtonam.
I agree. That's correct.
Certainly, Mr. Jakub Krasniqi was not involved in any such plan. Am I correct?
Nuk mund ta di.
That I wouldn't know, but for the time he was with me, I have not witnessed any action in that respect.
Your colleagues in the general staff are trying to organize to prevent crimes from being committed. Am I right?
Po.
Yes,
Appointed, and a legal sector was established. Am I correct?
Po, sakt.
that's correct, yes.
Your Honors, I see the time.
All right, witness, we take our half-hour break now. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you can bring the witness in. Ms. Alejandra will have some more questions for you, Mr. Zarapi. Go ahead, Ms. Alejandra.
Good morning again, Mr. Zarapi. I'm now going to ask you about the
Mirna Jesse.
Good morning.
about the 8 VJ soldiers who were captured in the Shala zone in early January 1999. And when you heard the VJ soldiers had been captured, you were with Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Rambuya in the lapse zone. And you all went to the Shala zone, didn't you?
Po.
Correct.
Commanded the zone command that they should treat the prisoners correctly. Correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
And in fact, you had been involved in an exchange of prisoners of war in July 1993 during your time in the 308th Brigade of the Bosnian Army. Am I correct?
Speak about it.
First of all, yes, there was a prisoner exchange in 93, but I was not involved in my capacity as a commander, but the commander of the operative zone, the 3rd Corps, they proceeded with the exchange.
You had some knowledge and experience as to how to act in such a situation. Am I correct?
Po saktë.
That's correct.
The soldiers were treated well, weren't they?
Po ashtu është.
That's correct.
Now, there were negotiations with the internationals between the 9th of January and the 13th of January for the release of the VJ soldiers, weren't there?
Po,
Yes.
And this release became a political issue with the involvement of William Walker, Ambassador Hill, and Ambassador Petrish, amongst others, correct?
po, në përshqipjes ndërkombëtare.
Correct. The internationals were involved.
Actually involved in those negotiations, were you?
Drejt pas drejti jo,
Not directly, but we were together with Mr. Krasniqi in the Shara zone when we visited the area.
Now, Sean Burns, their head of USK DOM, was at the negotiations, am I correct?
po sigurisht po, po unë nuk
Most probably yes, but I did not see him. I was not in contact with him.
Right, he has given evidence in court. For the court's reference, the transcript is the 27th of March 2024, page 13931. And his evidence is that Mr. Krasniqi would go into a side room and talk on a satellite phone with somebody to run by proposals for the agreement. I understand you were not there, but you wouldn't have any reason to doubt that, would you?
nuk po vit dyshim, po nuk
I'm not doubting it, but I was not present, so I cannot say one way or the other.
And you remained in contact with Raman Rama in the Shala zone during the negotiations, didn't you?
po.
Yes.
And if I can go into a private session, please.
Into private session, please. Now you may go ahead.
On the 3rd of July, you were asked by the prosecution about the detention and release of the 5 elderly Serbs in Drenica in January 1999. Do you recall that, Mr. Zarapi?
Помню какой-то.
Yes, I recall it.
If you could go back into private session, please.
Back to private session, please.
If I could have on the screen
Your Honor, we are in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
If I could have 053941 to 053952 on the screen, please. And the page, specific page, would be 053944, please. It's the same reference, except the page is 053951, please. Maybe whilst we're on the first page, before we move to the other page, Mrs. Rapi, you will recall that on the 5th of April 2011, you gave a statement to the SPRK at the SPRK premises in Pristina. Do you recall that?
Po, kujtohet që këmë thënë.
Yes, I do recall that I gave statements.
If you could now move to page 053944 in the English and 053951 in the Albanian, please.
If I may ask for a reference for Albanian, please, the full European bridge.
I'm told it's the same reference, 053941 to 053952. If it's quicker, I will read the section, Your Honors. Mrs. Rapi, you were asked a question by the prosecutor. Do you remember a specific case when De Bruna came to you regarding two Serbs, one of whom was dead? That's at question 12.
Po,
Yes?
The two Serbs were looked for by some international organization like Red Cross or KDOM, the organization headed by William Walker. We had an office in Dragobil near Malishevo where we would liaise with international organizations. In this case, they were asking for the release of the two Serb civilians. De Bruna told me that the two Serbs had been taken to Ladrov's detention center. I told him if the two were civilians, there was no reason to keep them and we should let the international organization take them. Do you recall giving that answer? And is it accurate?
po,
Yes?
I'm sorry to interrupt. If it assists the court officer, the Albanian is in the same document, so the document contains both the English and the Albanian.
That could be the problem. Thank you. But I can move on, Your Honors. If you could go into private session, please.
Private session, please, court officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could refer to U00228855, please.
Your Honor, just for the record,
It would be
U00
page.
if I just may, for the record, that Your Honor was already assigned exhibit number P01109. Thank you, Your Honors.
P011? 09. Is this the one? No. Yeah, I need page 2865, please. Yes, you'll recall being shown this document by Mr. Roberts the other day. Yes, Mr. Zarapi?
Po?
Yes.
You'll see it says, who deserted, willingly or unwillingly. In the next line, hard-working people must be promoted everywhere and decorated with gratitude, as written. Correct?
Po?
Correct.
The morale was a difficult situation that had to be addressed. Am I correct at the time?
Po, sigurisht.
Yes, certainly.
That after this meeting, there were indeed promotions. People like Nesmet and Castrati were promoted to Chief of Staff of the Maastricht Zone, and later into Operation Arrow. Am I correct?
Po?
Correct.
If I can have on screen P616, please. You will recall that you were shown this document last week, Mr. Zarapi.
Po?
Yes.
In 1999, and clearly addresses the topics that were seen on the previous document of 29 December 1998. Am I correct?
Po?
Yes.
Can I have P1105 on the screen, please? You were also shown this document, and in the preparation session, you confirmed that you were present when Blair Mkuchi reported to the general staff. Am I correct? I know you've said you haven't seen this document, but you were present. That's what you've said. Correct?
Po,
Correct.
Drafted by Adam Grabotsi, going by the initials at the bottom of the page.
po,
Yes.
This is an invitation that invites 3 people: Drini, Nejmuddin Kastrati, and Blair Mkuchi. Nejmuddin was 123 Brigade officer at the time. Am I correct?
po,
Correct.
Am I correct?
po,
Correct.
It's going to take place. Am I correct?
me dokument po, me
Based on the document, yes, correct.
If I can have 053941 to 952 at page 944, please. For your information, Mr. Zarapi, that was in the, what document was it? Was it trial? In the SPRK statement that you gave, which you've confirmed earlier giving on the 5th of April, you've said that a decision was made to arrest Kuchi and bring him before the military court to explain why he left his position. He was arrested and Dobruna asked me for advice several times. Correct? That's at page 053944. Correct?
po,
Correct.
And in June 2013, when you testified, and the reference is SITF 00393-434, your evidence was that he was arrested by the legal sector and interrogated. Correct?
po,
Correct.
And when you were interviewed in 2019 at part 6, page 27, you said the case of Blair Mkuchi was discussed at a meeting, and at page 29 you confirmed you were present at that meeting. Am I correct?
po,
Yes.
And on the 2nd of July, no, what you go on to say in your interview in 2019 is that Jakub Krasniqi communicated the decision to arrest Blair Mkuchi to Sokol Dobruna. That's what you said, correct?
po,
Correct.
And you will agree with me, Mr. Zarapi, that Sokol Dobruna would know better who communicated it to him. Am I correct?
po sakt,
Yes, correct.
According to you, on the 2nd of July, Drini went with you to the office of the Operational Directorate, Nejmuddin Kastrati went to Brigade 121, and Blair Mkuchi stayed at the command with, amongst others, Jakub Krasniqi. That's your evidence, yes?
po,
Yes, that's what I stated.
You will agree with me that you do not know what happened at that time when he was at the command, correct?
po, na to moment,
Correct. At that moment, I did not know what happened.
And are you aware that Nejmuddin Kastrati has given information to authorities that Drini, Blemkuchi, himself, Haji Shala, Famelima, Jakub Krasniqi, and all were present at the same meeting, including yourself. Are you aware of that?
Po?
Yes.
That meeting, according to Nejmuddin Kastrati, was a discussion on borders and brigades, and there was nothing unusual about that meeting.
Po?
Yes.
And that meeting was on the 16th of January, according to Nejmuddin Kastrati. Correct? Are you aware?
Spikparit nuk e di unë takimin
First of all, I don't know about the meeting you're mentioning or the time period relating to Blerim Kuchi. When Drini, Nejmuddin, and Blerim came, we, members of the staff, were present there. Myself, Jakub, Recep Selimi, Fatma Lima, Haji Shala was present, but then he went on dealing with problems they had to fix between Haji Shala and Kasrati. I with Blerim went to the operational directorate to discuss about operational matters, and he was left there with the members of the staff. It might be that we discussed the matters you mentioned involving borders, mentioned by Mr. Castrati, but this is how the events unfolded, to my recollection at the time.
And you will confirm, Mr. Zarapi, you have never seen an order to arrest Blerim Kuchi signed by Jakub Krasniqi. Am I correct?
Jo, nuk e kam pa.
Correct, I've never seen one.
053941 to 952 on the screen, please. That's his statement to the SPRK. And in your statement to the SPRK in 2011, you'll recall that you were asked questions about this case. Am I correct?
Po?
Correct.
943, please, in the English, and 950 in the Albanian. It would be, sorry, 944 and 951 in the Albanian, please. 944 in the English. And at question and answer 14, you will see that De Bruyne asked for your advice several times in relation to the case of Blerim Kuchi. That's what you told the prosecutors. Am I correct?
Po?
Yes. He consulted me after.
6, page 34 of your interview with the SPO, you've said he was consulting with me on the professional aspect and because of my experience. That's right, isn't it?
Po, ashtu është.
That's right.
You were asked by the prosecution why De Bruyne consulted you and not Azim Sula. And you replied that it was on the professional aspect because of your military experience. That's why he consulted you. Am I correct?
Po?
Yes.
And you've told the prosecution, am I right, Mr. Zarapi, that the authority to release Kuchi would lie with the legal sector and the General Commander, Azim Sula, or his deputies in the absence of Sula?
Po, ashtu.
Correct. That's what I've stated.
And according to you, Sokol De Bruyne reported to the General Commander, Azim Sula?
Po? Po me.
Yes, that's the rule.
And are you aware that so-called De Bruyne has told investigators that when asked who had the authority to order the release of a convicted person, his answer was the one who convicted him, the court. This is how we acted with Blair Mkuchi, because we convicted him and we released him. You wouldn't have to dispute that, would you?
Jo.
Correct, I don't. And this is what I've stated.
If I can. And if you can go to 111636, please.
Classification.
Sorry.
Private session.
It's okay, I can skip the document due to the constraints of time, Amanda, Your Honors.
Are you going to question somebody on this?
No, I will let the document go. On the question of Blair Mkuchi, Sokol De Bruyne consulted you about the release of detainees when the NATO bombing started, didn't he?
Po, esakt.
Yes, that's correct.
And Sokol De Bruyne specifically contacted you and asked you for your advice in relation to Blair Mkuchi as well at that time, correct? That's the evidence you've given.
Po, saktor.
Correct, yes.
You released him, didn't you?
Po.
Yes.
You have also given in your evidence that Sokol De Bruyne was consulting you because he didn't know the gravity or the seriousness of the offense that Blair Mkuchi had committed, because he was a legal professional but not military experienced personnel. Am I correct?
Po.
Correct.
Your Honors, I will seek to tender. Can I have the urine? SITF 00393 427. It's the record of the main trial. The full
393.
ERN. Sorry, SITF 00393 to 393456.
Any objection to that tender?
No, Your Honor.
SITF 0039347 to 393456 is admitted.
And also 053, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honors. The SATF 00393-427 read to SATF 00393-456 read will be any corresponding Albanian translation will be assigned exhibit number 4D77, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
And also seek to tender 053941 to 053952.
Any objection?
No.
053941 to 053952 is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number 4D00078, currently classified as confidential. Thank you.
Be reclassified as public, as will the prior document.
Thank you, Your Honors.
That is all, Your Honors. Thank you very much, Mr. Zarapi.
Thank you. We will be adjourned until 2:30. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you back here at 2:30. Wait till he leaves. Yes, Mr. Emerson.
Very briefly, Your Honours will recall that last week I laid down a marker that there was 2 issues, short ones, that I needed to raise, but I would defer it until the end of Ms. Allegendra's cross-examination. May I raise those at 2 o'clock before my learned friend begins re-examination?
No one will be here at 2:30.
So it is. Thank you, yes.
We'll see you at 2:30. We're adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. All right, Mr. Emerson, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Your Honours. The first is a matter of just practical housekeeping. You may remember when I was asking Mr. Zarapi questions about the Vesili passport, that we adduced a cleaner and better and fresher version and tendered it. But the SPO wanted some time to just consider the 2 documents side by side to check that there was no objection. That has now been resolved positively in inter-parties correspondence, and the SPO has indicated they have no objection to it being added to or replacing Defence Exhibit 2D18, which is ERN DKV 0807-0814. We would respectfully invite the panel to direct that it be added to the current exhibit with the same exhibit number of 2D18.
There being no objection, that ERN number as recited will be added to 2D18.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honours. In that case, DKV 1217-1234 will be assigned exhibit number 2D00018.1. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you.
I believe it's the revised version.
Yes. So point 1 indicates the revision, I think. Is that correct? Yes. The other matter, Your Honour, is that there's one document that I should have put to the witness to ask a very short series of questions. I don't think it will take more than 5 or 10 minutes at the maximum, but I'm going to seek Your Honour's leave, bearing in mind that we were not only shorter than the others in our estimates, but shorter than our estimate in our cross-examination, and invite the panel just to give me permission to ask a very few short questions.
Any objection by the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Madam Court, usher, please bring the witness in.
prosecution's queue for Mr. Zarapi. It's dated the 14th of March, and it is the letter of, or statement of complaint by Halil Quadraku and Sadiq Halit Yahar, focused on what was said to be failings in command by Commander Drini, but even mentioning yourself. And if we could now just remind ourselves of the final page. There are 2 pages to the Albanian, 3 to the English translation. And looking at the very end of the document, you can see on the right there, it's been signed by Sadiq Halit Yahar and Halil Quadraku, and on the left that it's done in triplicate, with 1 copy to go to the archive, 1 copy to go to the General Staff, and 1 copy is described as being intended for Schick at the General Staff. Now, pausing for a moment, I think I'm right in saying that despite it being addressed to the General Staff, you never received or saw this document at the time. Is that correct?
Prosakt.
That's correct, yes.
I wanted to clarify one aspect of it with you, if I may. And firstly, it is the explanation or the comment, if you have one, on the reference to Schick at the General Staff, and bearing in mind that this is dated the 14th of March. That's the background to the question. Turning to your interview, and this for the record, I don't need to pull it up, but for the record, it's part 10 at pages 18 to 19. You say, it states here at the end, Schick, to Schick within the General Staff. And then question, so that is S-H, and you reply S-H-I-K, but there was no Schick within the General Staff, because at that time the provisional government was in place, and that was within the government and not the staff. The ZKZ Directorate, and then the staff, because it would change with intelligence, which was within the staff. So that was your answer in interview. We have had some other evidence, indeed, from Mr. Halit Yahar about this. But would it be correct to describe their Schick as having ever been in the General Staff?
Po e vërtetë është.
That's true, yes.
I'm not quite sure that grammatically follows from my question, so let me put it to you another way. Does it make sense to you that on the 14th of March, Mr. Quadraku would be writing a document to be filed with Schick at the General Staff? Does that make sense?
Jo, s'ka kuptim kur.
No, it doesn't make any sense. And this document at the time did not arrive at the staff, let alone to the addressee here.
Yes. So when he testified about this, Mr. Halit Yahar considered that Mr. Quadraku was confused about terminology and that he was using language that didn't make logical sense because there was no Schick in the General Staff. Do you have any knowledge of whether that's accurate in the sense of Mr. Quadraku not being particularly familiar with the General Staff or its format?
Po, është e saktë.
Yes, it is true. He was not familiar with his own duties and tasks, and even after the war, he is not familiar with the task he had during the war. At the time, there was no Schick within the staff. There was G2, the Directorate for Intelligence and Counterintelligence. SHIC, however, was formed after the creation of the provisional government. So at that time, there was no SHIC within the general staff.
The head of the ZKZ by this time, by the 14th of March, the operating head of the ZKZ within the general staff was Mensur Kasumi, is that correct?
Mensur Kasumi në të kohë
Mensur Kasumi was replacement, deputizing at the time because there was no one at this post. So Kasumi deputized up to that point in time. After him, Mr. Kadri Vaseli came to the post. Then the bombing started, the establishment of the provisional government and the transformation into SHIC, the information service of Kosovo within the provisional government.
Finally, this, both Mr. Quadraku in his interview with the SPO and Mr. Halit Yaha in his testimony to this court confirmed that the appointment of Mr. Quadraku to an intelligence role was made by Ekrem Reja in Albania before he entered Kosovo. Do you have any reason to doubt that they are accurate?
Po, më kështu.
Yes, I say this. First of all, it was not possible for Mr. Ekrem Reja to appoint Halit Chardraku and others because at the time he was still not appointed as commander. He could have made a proposal. However, after he entered Kosovo, he was appointed commander of the zone and continued his work as such. And it could be that after his entrance into Kosovo, he had made such proposals and appointments. But it is not true that he did this in Albania because he himself, that is Ekrem Reja, was not appointed zone commander at that time.
I think that may be a question of technicality in the sense that both were clear that Ekrem Reja identified Mr. Quadraku as the person he would appoint to that role, and then he entered in December and Mr. Quadraku entered in the first week of January. Do you know that?
Po mësimi ardhe në janar.
With the arrival of Mr. Chadraku in January, he was appointed as a leader of the Service for Intelligence and Counterintelligence, but he was not there before that.
So that's exactly the point I wanted to probe with you. Upon his arrival, and again, both Mr. Quadraku and Mr. Halit Yaha have confirmed this, his appointment coming soon after his arrival in the first week of January, the evidence of each of them is that there was no intelligence structure at zone level in the Pastric zone before the arrival of Mr. Quadraku. In other words, he had to set it up from scratch in January as a zone-level intelligence service. Does that sound correct to you?
It could be, it is true that before this time the command was not that developed in the Pastric zone. When the efforts to form this zone began, because of the attacks at the time, this effort could not be completed, and therefore everything had to be done from scratch. That is the restructuring of the operational zone. So I would say yes, that is possible.
Individual brigades or pockets, more likely pockets of KLA fighters in different towns or villages, some of whom were elected or appointed as having an intelligence function. There was no zone-wide intelligence function in the Pastric zone before January. Do you agree with that?
I explained and mentioned earlier there wasn't, because the command of Pastric zone itself was not that developed at the time.
And I think I'm right that you've confirmed this, but let me just make it certain for the record. The appointment of Quadracu into the role of intelligence and counterintelligence at zone level was one made by Ekrem Reza, by Commander Drini. Correct?
Yes, from December, January, and onwards, everything was done by the zone commander within that zone.
So would you agree with me, therefore, that there was no operational structure, zone-wide structure, in the intelligence field in Pastric zone prior to that time?
Asked and answered.
I don't think the word intelligence structure...
Well, it's sort of going over the same
It's a
material.
characterization. I accept that, and I apologize for trespassing on your court's time.
Finished. Madam Prosecutor, any redirect?
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. And good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon.
In summer 1998, what was your involvement, if any, in setting KLA policy related to collaborators?
Excuse me, which time frame? You were saying summer 1998?
Correct, summer 1998.
No involvement at all.
Defence counsel suggested to you that beating and killing collaborators would be wrong, and you agreed that it would be. That is at transcript reference T17533. Can we please bring up P01356 and go to page 6051 in the English and page 127 in the Albanian? What I'm going to read to you is your testimony in Sejnovic. I'm reading from line 3 in the English when it gets there. And you were asked, is it true that by the summer of 1998, it was common knowledge that Albanians were being killed because they were considered collaborators with the Serbs? Answer, yes. At that time, I heard about these cases. Question, And these cases were also mentioned in communiques issued by the General Staff and reported in the Kosovo press, such as in papers like Boku and Coja de Torre, etc. Correct? Answer, yes. In many communiques of the General Staff, you could find these things, and also in newspapers. Is the information I just read correct?
Po, kam dhe
Yes, I heard, but did not know about this beforehand, especially not in March 1998 when I was in Albania.
Changing topic. You were also asked about how commanders in the Drenots area were appointed, and in particular whether they'd been appointed by people within the villages. That is T17573. To be clear, Jem Gashi, do you actually know how he was appointed commander in Drenots?
jo,
No. When I arrived in Kosovo, I found him in the position of the commander of Drenot's staff.
Are you aware that he wasn't even from Drenots originally?
po,
Yes.
Mahir Hassani, are you aware that he wasn't from Drenots originally?
po,
Yes.
You were asked about how Suleiman Salimi was appointed, and you said it was similarly to other zone commanders. T17579. I'd like to read you a short portion of testimony that Suleiman Salimi gave previously at the ICTY. The reference is IT-03-66 T2204 at page 2212. And there's only English, so I'll read it. The judge asked him, who would have been commander of the Drenica zone in the middle of May 1998? Answer, you mean of the military police? Judge, no, of the Drenica zone of the KLA. Answer, middle of March? Judge, middle of May 1998. Answer, I was appointed by the General Staff as a commander of the Drenica zone. Is that consistent with what you knew?
jo, nuk e di që shohem në
No, I don't know how and who appointed him before. When I arrived there, I found him in the position of the commander of the sub-zone, as it was at the time.
Okay, and you don't know how he was appointed?
po qartë.
Yes, correct.
Now, going back to when you first arrived in Likots, I'd like to call up P00606. We can stay on the first page in English. And in Albanian, it's all the one page, and the relevant text is on the bottom left-hand side of the page. This is the interview that you gave to Zeri. If we can move the Albanian over, it's the bottom left-hand part of the page, please. I will read it now. You were asked, that is to say that even before entering Kosovo, you knew approximately the function and the military duties which you would take on. Your answer, yes, it was more or less like that. That is to say, I was told that I would be in charge of the officers, both within Kosovo and abroad. I can say that at that time that I was there in the role of a coordinator. After I had been in Drenots for 3 days, I went with the entire group of officers into Drenica, more specifically to Likots. In Likots, Hashim Thaçi gave me the order to prepare the officers and post them to the war zones. Each one of them could go to a post which I had previously discussed. Then we made the posting plan, and I decided as follows. Kadri Kastrati, Daya Elap, to go to the lap. There I also had a meeting with Rustam Mustafa, Nom de Guerre Remy, who was a coordinator for this zone, that's to say for the lap zone. I decided that Mensur Kasumi should go to Mitrovica, and then you continue on to explain the remaining appointments. Is that information correct?
Po, unë kam marrë
Yes, I participated in matters that concerned officers, but when we arrived in Likos, the commanders of the zones were there and asked for these persons. For example, the lab zone, Remy concretely asked for Kadri Kastrati to go to lab, and I agreed. For Shala zone, Rahman Rama asked for Mensur Kasume Nismi Ahmeti. So, in a way, I was a coordinator for the officers outside Kosovo and those who came with me in Kosovo.
On Tuesday last week, you were asked by counsel for Mr. Vaseli about a meeting you had with Ramush Haradinaj, where he wanted explanations in relation to Jakub Krasnici's appointment as spokesperson. Do you remember that?
Po, ma kujtohet pyetja.
Yes, I remember the question.
Can we please bring up SPOE 00225800? And I'll ask you first, do you recognize the signature?
Po,
Yes,
This is dated the 2nd of July 1998, and we can see that in the second bullet point it requests clarification regarding Jakub Krasnici's appointment as spokesperson. Based on your testimony last week, this appointment of Jakub Krasnici as spokesperson was a matter that Ramush Haradinaj had raised when you and Kadri Vaseli met with him in June. Is that right?
po,
yes,
And in the same bullet point, we can see that a copy of the general regulations is requested. In the first bullet point, Ramush Haradinaj is seeking clarification regarding terminology between central staff and general staff. Was that also something that had been raised during the meeting or not?
gjithashtu se nuk më kujtohet precis.
I can't remember everything in detail, but yes, these were precisely some of the items that were discussed.
Can we please bring up SPOE 00225067? When it comes up on the screen, you'll see that it's clearly a draft document. It has handwritten annotations on it. But it says at the top that it's in response to some requests presented in writing. And if we look at number 3, it addresses the question of central staff versus general staff. At number 4, it says we're forwarding you a copy of the interim regulations. And at number 5, it provides information in relation to the spokesperson, again, responsive to the request we just looked at. So this would appear to be in response to the request from Ramesh Haradinaj that we just looked at. Do you agree?
Po.
Yes.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender both of those documents, SPOE 00225800 and the one that's currently on the screen.
Any objection?
Your Honours, this witness is not an author of the document on the left, so I'm objecting to it. We have a standing objection on material seized.
The objection's overruled. SPOE 00225800 and SPOE 00225067 are both admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. The first document, it is SPOE 00225800 to SPOE 00225800, and its English corresponding translation will be assigned exhibit number P1446, and it's currently classified as confidential. The second document, which is the SPOE 00225067 to SPOE 00225068, and a corresponding English translation will be assigned exhibit number P01447, and it's currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Both documents shall be reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
The request from Ramesh Haradinaj addressed to the general staff that we have just looked at, you were familiar with him raising those questions at the meeting you attended with him. But am I right that you had not seen this actual written request before?
Jo, nuk kom pas një.
You're right, I have never seen this document, and obviously I was not involved in the drafting of this document because at the time I was an officer in charge of preparing the officers at the operational directorate.
And that's almost exactly what you said when you were shown this document during the preparation session. You said that at the time you were an officer for development in the framework of the operations directorate and not involved in queries to the general staff. Is that correct?
Po sakt.
That's right.
When you were answering questions about the frequency of contacts between the general staff and the zones or units between May and September 1998, this is at T17870, you were only able to answer based on the contacts that you were aware of. Is that right?
Objection leading.
what was your basis for
It is a leading question. Please rephrase it.
So I'll ask you, what was your basis for being able to describe the frequency of contacts between the general staff and the zones or units between May and September 1998?
Ato kur ka spjegu për veti personalisht.
I explained this referring only to myself when I attended, but that was not. I did not mean the general staff in general when I spoke about frequent meetings.
So there could have been, and we've seen some of them, other contacts that you were not aware of during the summer of 98.
Po saktë.
That's correct.
You were also asked about operations, again during the summer of 1998. This is at transcript 17879. And you were read part of your prior testimony, but not the clarification that you had provided during preparation. And you were asked again about the time from May to September 1998. I want to be sure that we properly understand the time periods that you know about and the ones that you don't know about. And I'll read you the clarification. It was in preparation note 2 at paragraph 29.
I'm going to object. It's leading to read from paragraph note 2 if it's not in evidence. She should just ask him and then she can impeach if she needs to.
Your Honour, it's not leading when I'm responding to issues that were addressed during cross-examination. The witness clarified that in May and June 19...
Mr. President, I understood the objection was sustained.
It is sustained. It was leading.
So, Mr. Zairapi, during May and September 1998, can you describe to the court which time periods, if any, you know about how operations were authorized by the general staff?
Në atë periudhën
During this period of time, to my knowledge and based on what I could see, I never saw anything indicating the general staff had prepared operations in general in Kosovo because they did not have the capacity, considering the development of the directorate. I am not aware of having seen any such plan or them being able to plan and organize such operations in Kosovo.
And your answer there was based on what you personally were able to observe or were aware of. Is that correct?
po personalisht kur foli
When I speak about what I know and what I was involved in, what I know and what I was able to observe.
You were asked about the fighting during the offensives and the defense of the Lapushnik Gorge. Can we please bring up 1D00102, 80 and ET? And the relevant page is the one ending 2984. It's the first paragraph on the page. And the document that's coming up is again your Zeri interview. And in the first paragraph there, you're describing the fighting. You say, I went to Blas and saw that our forces were fighting fiercely to hold this front line. In the morning, fighting started at Lepushnik Gorge, where the first front line was routed. Luli and I went from the main staff and deployed some forces to assist in Lepushnik. We started coordinating the units when an enemy unit from Banjica attacked our forces from behind. At the same time, fighting towards Kievo also started, and I left Lepushnik Gorge to go towards Kievo and Dobrovoda. Is that information correct?
Paul?
Yes.
And in this context, who is Luli?
Kadri Veseli.
Kadri Veseli.
You also explained in your testimony how during the offensives, you and other members of the general staff were very involved in the fighting and organizing defensive lines. And we've just seen an example of that. Did Jakub Krasniqi participate in fighting or organizing defensive lines on the front lines?
Ja, nuka će.
No, he was not there. He was in the office.
So he was moving around slightly less than the other general staff members during this time period.
Paul?
Yes, we younger men moved more frequently, went to the zones, in particular during the fighting in '98. So some members of the staff who were divided in different groups would go to the zones to assist units there.
And he was also publicly known to the KLA members at the time as being the spokesperson.
Paul, sagt.
Yes, correct.
So when you said at part 2, page 24 of your SPO interview that at the time the way it was organized was that zone commanders would inform the spokesperson about the outcome of operations, is this what you meant? The fact that he was easier to locate and contact, including for careers?
Leading question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Paul, not Koba.
Yes, at the time it was easier because due to our frequent movements to the zones, it was more difficult to contact us. For example, we were not at all in some zones.
So returning to the document on the screen, and if we could scroll up slightly to see the last paragraph on this same page. Could you please read that paragraph to yourself, starting when fighting started in Drenica, and let me know when you have read it.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you mind moving the English slightly so we could see all the way to the right-hand side of the page?
Thank you.
My questions for when you're ready is whether the account is accurate and who
Got him.
I'm ready.
is the account accurate in that paragraph?
Poi con prescrupera
Yes, I have described here more or less the event. This is what actually happened.
And who are Luli and Regia in this context?
region Recep
Reja is Recep Selimi.
And Luli?
Luli është
Lulis Kadri Veseli.
What buildings in Likots had the KLA been using during the summer of 1998?
në Likovës ka përdor
In Likots, they used the premises of the former cooperative, where the operative zone command of Drenica was. But also the staff would frequently meet there. So it was there. These premises still exist to this day in Likots, and we are talking about these premises.
Defence Counsel I'm changing topic. Defence Counsel played a video from June 1998 where you were speaking in the video and you were explaining that the KLA members were learning quickly. Can we please bring up P00605? We'll go to the third page in the English. And in the Albanian, it's the second paragraph in the third column of text. You were asked there, did you notice similarities between the war in Bosnia and this war in Kosovo? And you answered, yes, there were quite a few similarities. In Bosnia too, the start of the war was the same, especially with regard to the start of the war and the military structuring. The similarity was great. But as far as the development of the phases is concerned, these phases developed more quickly with us here than in Bosnia. For example, there, a long time had to elapse for the zones or the core to be formed. Whereas with us, these were developed very quickly. Is that part of what you meant when you were describing that the KLA soldiers were learning quickly?
Po, është
Yes, it is true that I said that they learned quickly, but the formations develop more quickly because if we compare Bosnia to Kosovo, when I arrived, there were some existing structures and work had started, and So, this is the reason why we say that these developed a bit quicker than there. Bearing in mind that the majority of them, or 80 to 90% of them, had no prior military experience in using weapons or tactical formations. So they had to acquire this knowledge rapidly, contrary to Bosnia, where those engaged in fighting had 90% of them had prior military experience. So there was a distinction noticeable between Bosnia and us.
Thank you. Can you please explain from a military perspective what the benefit is for a commander in having intermediate levels of command between him and or her and the units on the ground?
În aspect profit.
In what sense benefits? Because from a military commanding perspective, there is the commander. If we take our army that started from scratch, it's mostly based on authority, not on professional aspects. So it's the authority of the individual to lead, to command the units in the zone where he has been chosen or selected as a commander. If this is the perspective we're looking things at.
Well, I was wondering more for a commander with lots of different units on the ground, how does it help him when there are intermediate line, if it does, when there are intermediate lines of command in between that commander and the units on the ground?
The intermediate lines are, if we take the zone commander, he has brigade commanders who assist the zone commander. The brigade commanders have the battalion commanders. So these are the liaison officers from the command to lower units. So we have commanders, and then there's subordinates, and so on further down.
Can we please bring up P00605? In the English, it's page 1. And in the Albanian, it's at the top of the first column. And there you say, we were well informed about all these tasks which were awaiting us and never hesitated in taking them on in order to carry out the structuring of the army and the establishment of the chain of command in the units of the KLA, a structure operating from the top downwards, because in an army there is no horizontal command, but everything goes vertically. Even though I can say that the KLA General Staff had at that time control over all its units, but the way in which until then the staff exercised control had been a great burden on it. This business began to become easier with our arrival. Is that part of what you meant there? That putting these intermediate lines of command and proper military structure in place made it easier for the General Staff to exercise their authority?
Yes, that's correct. in any army, in order to make it easier to communicate with the army, you need the intermediate structures from top to down. Probably take the general staff, the zone command, then the zone command has brigade commands that make work easier with the lower units, and then from the brigade to lower formations up until the squad. So these are intermediate levels that facilitate work, and when we spoke about the reorganization, this is what it was meant with it.
I'm changing topics now, and I would like to read a portion of your SPO interview. It's part 2, page 8, and it's in reference to transcript 17904. The question is, was that your first meeting with Recep Salimi? Answer, yes. Question, and what did you understand his role was? How did he explain that to you? Answer, both Recep Salimi and Sokol Bashota introduced themselves to me as belonging to the operational department, and that I was to be working with them. Question, okay, and did you understand Recep Salimi? Let me ask you, who did you understand to be the operational commander at the time? Answer, at the time I thought it was Recep. Now, this was read to you in cross-examination, and when you confirmed it, you specified that the role wasn't that of a commander as such. And I'll read you a portion of your evidence from the Limay trial as well, because I think this helps to clarify the point. The reference is IT 0366 T6757, and the Albanian is IT 0366 T6818.
Your Honour, I do hesitate to get up before the question's asked, but this transcript's not in evidence, so my understanding is if Council's going to read this out, this would be a leading question. Obviously, I don't want to wait and then be too late to raise that.
Response?
Well, Your Honour, I'm responding directly to questions which were asked during the cross-examination. So I am, in fact, redirecting the witness, but based on questions which occurred during cross-examination.
The objection's overruled. You may go ahead.
In the English, the relevant page is 6826, and in the Albanian, it's page 10 going over to 11. And what you said there was, where I was sent by the operational directorate, which was at that time led by Recep Salimi, in order to assist them with the organization of the unit in Klečka, and with the task to show them how and help them. There was a house between Klečka and Divjak that was being prepared, and then you continue on. So first, is the information I just read to you correct?
Yes. At the time, Sokol Bashota was the operational director, together with Mr. Salimi. So both names might have been included during the translation or the interpretation. They were in this directorate, worked in it. I worked with them after I entered Kosovo. So from my point of view, as I know it, And based on what he said, is that Sokol Bashota was the director of the operational directorate.
Can we please bring up P00778? Does the court want to take a break now? I think it's 3:30.
Sorry, Your Honour, just a transcript issue. It appears to have said Sokol de Bruyne, whereas it, I presume, should have been Sokol Bashota in line 21 of page 110, just for the record.
Thank you.
Mr. President, at this point, I will also raise an objection. P00778 is part of a newly released queue of an additional 25 documents, which is contrary to the order on the conduct of proceedings. There was also an issue, this was addressed by the panel in transcript page 14400 in an oral order about adding documents to the queue after the first release. So as far as I know, there's been no leave to add these documents to the queue and no precedent for this.
Response.
Your Honour, these are documents that I'm leading on redirect examination, and in fact, this has been the practice to date.
Mr. President, again, if she can cite me to where this has happened before in this trial, I would appreciate it. But as far as I'm aware, this is the first time that this has happened in this trial.
I can provide multiple examples of that, and I can do so inter partes.
Let's leave it at inter partes for now. If we need to take it up after the break, we will. We'll give you a 10-minute break. We'll give you a 10-minute break now, witness. Mr. Zarapi, we'll come back in 10 minutes, and then we'll be working towards the end of today. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. What was the result of the inter-party communication?
Your Honour, we have provided counsel with a number of the witness names that it has been done with, and also a reference to a ruling on this, which can be found at transcript 10353 to 55.
Yes, Mr. President. So there is one incident that I've been able to look up where Mr. Kehoe's objection on this point was overruled, but there's no explanation, and I would just say that there's nothing regulating this in any standing order by the panel.
Generally speaking, the prosecution is free to cross-examine on any document that answers something that was raised on cross-examination or deals with the same issue. And she did. It is in the presentation queue, I take it.
That was just released.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honour, yes.
I understand. But this is redirect, not direct examination. I don't believe we have regulated a redirect.
That's correct, but the
So
existing...
I'm regulating it with a ruling from the bench based upon general
Okay.
knowledge.
All right, thank you.
All right, you may bring the witness in.
I think I probably will be, yes.
Okay, that's fine. All right, Mr. Zarapi, final 45 minutes of today. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that. We continue now with the questions from the prosecution.
Thank you. And could we bring up, please, P00778? At page P6595. And there's no Albanian, so I will proceed to read it. This is testimony that Recep Salimi gave before the ICTY. He was asked, what was your own position in these months? March, April, May of 1998. Answer, until May 1998, when it was still a central staff of the KLA, there wasn't a definition of tasks, but all people who were in this staff were members of this staff without any specific definition of their duties and tasks. After May 1998, and after the restructuring of the Drenica staff, I became the operational chief of the KLA, a G3. That description by Mr. Salimi himself of his role is consistent with what you had told the SPO you understood at the time. Is that right?
Po.
Yes. That he was at the operational directorate.
In your testimony last week, you made clear that even in July 1998, after you had been appointed head of the Operations Directorate, you weren't fully aware of how the general staff was structured. And I think you said that even up until November, you did not have full information about this. That's at T17905. Is that right?
Po sakt.
That's right, yes.
And in fact, last week you confirmed at 18031, and I think you said it again this morning, that even though there were certain roles assigned, up until November 1998, the general staff members were all doing what they could to contribute without having a strict division of roles. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
Your evidence here before this court and in prior statements as well has been that the Intelligence Directorate existed before November 1998. But am I right that you don't know who was in charge of it then or how it was structured?
Po, si ka qenë strukturë nuk.
Yes, I didn't know how it was structured.
Can we please bring up SPOE 000-52989? That's the Albanian. And SPOE 000-52992. That's the English. And this is an interview that Kadri Vaseli gave to Batan Haksu. In both, I'll ask to go to the page ending 53011.
May I have the English reference, please? Once again, thank you so much.
SPOE 00052992. And we were going, please, to page 53011. At the very top, excuse me, at the very top of the page, Mr. Vaseli is asked what G1 and G2 are, and he confirms that G2 was the Information Service Department and that the decision was taken in June 1998. So, although you might not have known the specific...
I'm sorry, could we ensure that the page on screen reflects the passage being identified?
Yeah, it is not the same one.
Thank you. So that's now the page. And although you might not have known the specific date when it was created, this is consistent with your understanding that the department already existed prior to November. Is that right?
Po, si drejtorie
Yes, as a Directorate of Information Service.
You went to Albania in September 1998, and you've said previously that you travelled with a group of soldiers, including Agam Kuchi. This is at part 14, page 30. Did Kadri Vaseli also travel with you, or had he already left for Albania, or did he leave after you?
Jo, me atë grup kom dalë unë.
He was not part of the group that I left with. The group that I left with for Albania. I don't know whether he was before that in Albania or whether he came after that to Albania, but I know that I met him in Albania.
And this has been gone through a number of times. You then left Albania and travelled to some countries in Western Europe. You said you didn't come back to Albania until towards the end of October. That's part 14, page 30. So to be clear, for most of September and October, you weren't physically together with Kadri Vaseli, is that right?
Po e sakt.
Yes, that's right.
Now, Mr. Vaseli spoke in this interview about what he was doing during that time period. At the bottom of this page, he is asked when the first intelligence training took place. And if we can go to the next page of the document, which is 53012. He says, We had constant trainings, but officially we started our first training in August or September of 1998. I would rather not specify where we started to train about 20 young men. The interviewer says, in a European country, I believe. And Kadri Vaseli says, the majority of those young men were students or intellectuals. The overwhelming part were leaders of the student movement. The interviewer says, did you preserve this nucleus of people later? And Kadri Vaseli says, in fact, they were the heart of the intelligence service of Kosovo. Were you familiar with that, or did you not know what he was doing in September 1998?
Можете сакто како дичак.
It is true, I did not know what he was doing from September 1998.
And while we've the document on the screen, there's one more portion I'd like to show you. It's back on page 53008. And here he's speaking about the Rambouillet Agreement. I'll give you a moment to read the question and answer. He mentions a meeting with 3 of the zone commanders in Ohrid. Do you remember that meeting?
Io sono quietuato.
No, I don't.
Is what he says consistent with your understanding that once the matter had been explained by the delegation, the zone commanders were supportive?
Po.
Yes.
Changing topic again, and we can take the document down. Thank you. You were asked some questions about the KLA's political structures. How much involvement did you have in political matters in the KLA?
Nuk kam qenë shumë.
I was not involved in such issues because a political directorate was formed that dealt with such issues, and I myself dealt with military.
Did you participate in meetings that the KLA, internal meetings that the KLA political representatives had amongst themselves?
Ja, professor.
No, not of political representatives. I didn't participate in such meetings. It wasn't my thing.
And did they brief you on how they were internally organized and structured?
Ja, no.
No, they didn't. I didn't have that knowledge as to how they were organized and how they functioned.
Can we please bring up video 103211-07? and the English transcript, which is that same number followed by TRET. This is a broadcast from the 16th of September 1998. Can we please play from the start of the video up to 53 seconds?
As representative of the political directorate of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army, I express my condolences to the family of the Member of Parliament and the Torch of Democracy, Mr. Azem Haidari. I express condolences to the President of the Republic, the Parliament of the Republic of Albania, and the Democratic Party for their member. On this occasion, on behalf of the General Staff, I wish to distance myself from all vandalisms committed against the state institutions, and we denounce the attempted coup d'etat in Albania.
First, can you please identify who is speaking in this video?
Në video folë Gjavit.
It's Javid Haliti who is speaking in this video.
He refers to the killing of Azem Haidari and to an attempted coup d'etat in Albania. Do you recall those events having happened in September 1998 in Albania?
Po.
Yes.
And just to help orient your movements in September, were you in Albania when these events occurred, or had you already left for Western Europe?
Mr. President, I just ask how this is within the scope of cross-examination.
What is this connected to in the cross?
This is connected to the existence of the political directorate, which we can see in the very first sentence of the speaker.
Go ahead.
I can repeat my question. Were you in Albania at the time these events occurred, or had you already left?
Kur ka ndodhur
When these events occurred, some 2 days following Azem Haidari's killing, I arrived in Albania, in Tirana. In other words, I was in Albania when these events occurred.
Thank you. And Your Honour, I tender the video together with the Albanian and English transcripts.
Objection.
If it's only the portion that was played, I have no objection.
I assume it's just the amount played?
It can be. It's actually a short video. You can see the English transcript. That's the entire content of it. But I mean, I think it might be easier for the full thing to be admitted, but we've no objection either way.
Mr. President, if I may just tell you what the basis of my
Yes,
concern
please.
is the description of the video in the queue is much different than what the proposition is that's been put to the witness. And if that proposition is going to be relied on by the SPO, then it should be put to the witness. Otherwise, if it's only for the proposition that's been put to him, then I have no objection to that part coming in.
Your Honour, the full content of what was played at a minimum is what we're tendering.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. If that's it, then I have no objection to that part.
For now, we'll admit the part that was played. We'll consider whether to admit the rest of it. Go ahead.
Your Honors, the ERN 103-211-07 and the corresponding transcripts in English and Albanian will be assigned exhibit number P01448, classified as public for the portion that was played. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Now, you were asked a series of questions about Azam Sula's role in making appointments, and you had provided a clarification in relation to this in preparation note 1. So I would like to give you the opportunity to hear that, which is paragraph 12 of note 1. The witness clarifies that he made his recommendations for appointments to the members of the Operational Directorate, Recep Salimi and Sokol Bashota. The witness was not part of subsequent communications or discussions and does not know who made the actual decisions or appointments at that time, summer 1998. Is this information correct?
Posakt.
Yes, it's correct.
And in general, how many, if any, appointment recommendations did you make directly to Azam Sula as opposed to other members of the general staff?
Çka përket notët 8-s,
As far as 98 is concerned, up until October, November, I did not give any recommendations in this respect to Azem Sula. He wasn't there. And for the rest, until July, I did give proposals for the local staff in Suharek and in Prizren. And in the end of 1998, with the restructuring of the general staff and of the KLA, I did put forward the proposal for the commander of the Pastrik zone and for the brigade commanders in terms of officers who had arrived in Kosovo by that time. Not more than this.
And these proposals for local staff in Suvareka and in Prizren, were they given directly to, did you give them directly to Azam Sula?
jo, nuk e shumë I qartë edhe atëherë.
No, I was very clear even when you asked me back then. I gave these proposals to Sokol Bashota from the Operations Directorate.
Now, changing topic again, you mentioned during your testimony that a lot of what the general staff was doing involved coordination. Can you please describe some of the types of coordination that were required at the general staff level?
Po, koordinimet janë kur të koordinohen mes
It's the coordination between directorates within the staff for the work. Another example of coordination would be with the local staffs, making recommendations for appointments of commanders or to coordinate the level of organization and structuring of a lower unit. Because in such commands, there's not only the commander, but there are also deputy commanders. There are different sectors that make a command functional. So there were coordination at the staff concerning these aspects as well.
And is what you're describing there your own role?
Po, është roli jam.
Yes, it's my role and that of others. Those who were in the directorates or headed the directorates coordinated this work. We pursued this coordination with Mr. Salimi and Mr. Bashota during summer '98, during the offensive. So this is part of the coordination amongst us.
Now, I'd like to look at a couple of the zones more specifically. So we'll start with Ramush Haradinaj. Can we please bring up P01356? It's at the end of page 6018 and going over to the following page. It's your testimony in Sejnovic. And in this part of the testimony, you were being shown minutes of the same 23 June 1998 meeting in Ducagini that you were shown a number of times during your testimony here last week. The questioner is quoting from the document something that Ramush Haradinaj is noted as having said. And he says, "This war today belongs to the entire people, not to one group. It's about the liberation of the country through a general insurgency. Knowing the requirements of the war of an area which is of geostrategic significance, our war must be extended. We need to have a regular army." And then the question that was posed to you in the testimony was, and I think it's fair to say you felt the same way, did you not? And your answer was, yes, and we worked in that direction. My question for you is, based on your interactions with him, did Ramush Haradinaj understand the importance of having a proper military structure and working towards creating that?
Po,
Yes, he worked in this direction, and that is restructuring the staff of his zone, the operational zone. This was my impression following the meeting and my visit in the Ducacin zone. But also before that, when he already had 4 or 5 former military officers with him.
And during the course of your testimony, we've seen a number of reports he provided to the general staff and also documents where he was confirming that he'd implemented orders from them. Can we please bring up IT 0484 T 3364. And in the English, it will be PDF page 12. And in the Albanian, it will be PDF page 13. The document that's being brought up is your testimony in the Haradinaj case. And I'll read the portion to you. The question that you were asked was, and by the time you arrived, Ramesh Haradinaj was perfectly content to operate as Deputy Zone Commander working to Tahir Zemai? Question. Answer, yes, he was operating in that capacity. And when I talked with him, he said, I will obey any orders coming to me from the staff. But the staff had made a decision to reinstate him to the command. Is the information I just read to you correct?
I'm going to object again to the leading, Mr. President. This is not in evidence, and it's now just reading back testimony and asking him to.
Overruled.
Did you want me to repeat the question? So I'm just asking you if that information that
If you could please repeat the question.
you gave in your prior testimony accurate?
Po.
Yes.
So I'm not going to go through each of the zones, but looking at Shala, in summer of 1998, was that one of the active zones where there was a lot of fighting?
Po gjatë verës no.
Yes, during summer 98 until August or even September, there was not much fighting in the area. But at a later stage, yes, with the start of the Serbian offensive, the period of time we're talking about, the most active areas were Dugajini area, when I arrived at the end of May, until the fighting started in Rahovets in July. And then it spread over all the areas and throughout the territory. But the biggest activity, the most concentrated one, was in the area of Dugajin and Drenica.
So one notable incident during that time period in the Shala zone was the attack at Bardema. And you were already asked some questions about that. You've confirmed that you met with the Deputy Commander of the Shala operational zone in relation to it. Who was the Deputy Commander of the Shala zone that you met with?
Po, në atë kohë Zelensko.
At the time, the deputy commander was Mensur Kasumi.
And he, Mentor Kasumi, reported to you on this incident. Is that?
Po.
Yes.
We'll move on to the time when you were Chief of Staff. Can we please bring up P00228? This is the report from the 28th of December that you prepared, and you've been asked a lot of questions about it, including earlier today. In the first paragraph, you list the zones that you had received written reports from. One of them was Shala, as well as a number of other zones. Is that right?
Po,
Yes.
When you were preparing these reports, were you aiming to provide accurate information to the deputy commander?
po, sinónimo.
Yes, this was the aim, because this is a summary of the reports filed by the commanders. I've mentioned this before. So this summary would then be given to the deputy commander and to the commander for them to be informed about the reporting of the zone commanders at the time.
We go to page 3, please. And in the paragraph on KLA forces, it's called Our Forces. The report says, following the enemy offensive, the repositioning of forces has been carried out in all operational zones, and we can freely say that the territory controlled by our units is now of a greater percentage than prior to the enemy offensive. Special approach was carried out in organising the KLA units in towns and those parts that are not under the control of KLA regular units. The subordination line from the highest level of command, General Staff, and down to the squad is at an appropriate level. Was that information accurate?
Po, është një
Yes, this information was provided by zone commanders at the time, which was then consolidated in a new report and given to the commander. The report contained information about the events in their territory and the developments in the process of structuring within their zones.
In the context, I'm changing topic from the document. In the context of the General Staff, when you refer to the command, who do you mean?
në komanda kur thëm në 7%.
The command within the general staff is the deputy commander and the commander.
So I'd like to read part of the transcript to you. This is T17642. I'm reading from line 10 in the English. It says, so first of all, the person that was appointed was Sokol de Bruyne, correct? Answer, your answer. Correct, yes. Question, and he was appointed at the proposal of Mr. Sula, is that correct? Answer, yes, of the command, and also it was a proposal by the commander of the Dukagini zone. And then it continues. Who were you referring to in the command there? Was it collectively, or do you know who it came from? And as always, I'm asking for what you know, so if you don't have further information, you can say that.
Po e them këtë kështu.
Now, with the request to complete the restructuring process, it was required by the zones. In particular, the legal sector, the Dukagini zone, the commander of the zone, proposed Sokol de Bruyne as a person who had completed the adequate legal education and was experienced. Therefore, he was proposed at the command, and the command approved this proposal.
And within the command, do you know who specifically, or do you just know that it was the command?
jo nuk e di kush e ka.
No, I don't know who signed it, but the command, yes. Because it's for them to decide. The proposal is their proposal made by the zone commander with the aim of appointing him in the legal sector.
Changing topic again. When you were asked about which meetings you were involved in convening, you were very precise in your answer. This is at T17964. You stated that you had involvement in convening meetings with zone commanders and meetings with the directorates. Can you please explain for the court the difference between a meeting of the directorates and an overall general staff meeting?
Dallimi
The distinction is as follows. When directors convene a meeting, they meet to coordinate their work within the general staff or in relation to tasks and duties of the directors. When we talk about the general staff, everybody, including the command and heads of the directors, participate in the meeting where they discuss various matters related to the needs of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
We looked at a meeting of the directorates that you convened on the 29th of December 1998, and that was the one where you gave a presentation about the structure. And you were also shown some other notes from the 29th of December. We can bring them up again. There are actually two sets of similar notes, and I'll give you an opportunity to look at both of them. First, can we please have P01104? So please take a look at these notes. You can see the agenda items. They include an agreement that was signed by Sokol Bashota, and the case of Blair Mkuchi and others is discussed. We can go over to the next page just so that the witness can see the full set. There isn't any reference to you in these notes. We'll now go to the second set, and you were shown these ones previously. It's P01109. And the relevant page is 2865.
Madam Prosecutor, just go ahead and finish this line of questioning, but then we need to give the witness the rest of the day off.
Yes, I'll finish with this document. Again, you can see a similar agenda structuring in Pastrick, the agreement that was signed relating to LAP and other matters, including Blair Mkuchi. again, there's no reference to you or the presentation that you had given to directorates on that day. From having looked at these notes and also from your recollection, are these notes we just looked at from the meeting of directorates that you had convened, or are they notes from a meeting of the overall general staff?
I don't recall it now, but most probably these were from the general staff. It was a general staff meeting. If it were a meeting of the directors, we would have the heads of the directors and the meeting. But I think this was a general staff meeting.
Thank you. And as the judge said, we will break for the day here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zarapi, for being with us today. We are finished. Tomorrow you'll have 2 sessions only from the 2 morning sessions. Thank you for being with us. You may go with the court usher now. Remember not to speak to anybody about your testimony outside of this courtroom. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have 3 quick issues to raise. One is we're going to ask for a transcript check or translation check, because on the question of that was put to him by the prosecutor on who appointed Sokol de Bruna, a portion of his answer was not translated, and as I understand it, but we'll have it checked, is that he said there was a proposal made by the zone commander with the aim of appointing him to the legal sector, and then left out was within the cabinet of the general commander. So that's the first point. Second, it took me a while to find it, so I didn't make it the objection at the time that it was being discussed, this topic, but just for the record, the witness's answer, or the witness's testimony in his SPO interview on who made the appointment is at is at P01356, page 428, where he says it was at the proposal of the general commander. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and to the extent now new evidence is being elicited on direct that we can't cross, I would make an objection to that. And then third is just a request to the panel, which is in light of the panel's ruling that the SPO can release cues without leave because it's new material that they're addressing, in light of the fact that there may be some recross done by the defense in terms of consistency. We've always asked for leave to add documents to our queue to address judicial questions, and I'm asking if the panel would consider then that applying the same principles then that the defense doesn't need to seek leave and can release new cues following judges' questionings. Thank you.
We'll let you know in the morning. Thank you. We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.